Yo, what's up? My name's Paige, and this is my show. I have an infinite amount to say, and I really get out very little of it on every episode, to be honest. Especially lately, I've been talking less. I'll probably try and speak a little bit more later this evening. I'm definitely going to start out with just some performance, though, and it's going to be just really chill. I'm going to take it slow, and I'm going to be really practicing again tonight, so it's going to be some slow music, but hopefully it'll be chill, and I hope you enjoy. I'll be starting soon. Yo, I'm pretty much here, I guess, almost. I'm gonna change my camera slightly, get a little bit more me, get a little bit more of my computer in it. I hope you're all doing good. I'm doing okay. I'm a little defeated by capitalism, but I'm a little bit stoked that my thighs are so freaking cute. Um, and that's just something that comes with Tarn being trans. This is a trans show. If you're not familiar, my name is Paige, and I am freaking here. Hello. Hi. Thanks for being here. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. It almost looks like you can hear me too well, but based on my experience, I shouldn't have gum right now. I'm on stream. I shouldn't start chewing gum. Let's see. I should probably have chat out so I can respond to people. I am feeling chatty. It's weird. I feel like I have a lack of energy right now, if I'm being completely honest. But simultaneously, I'm feeling chatty, which is a rare combination for me because I generally am just like very worn out by capitalism, which is something I talk about on this show. And, you know, because I mean, what else is there to talk about, really? But tonight, and normally talking takes a lot of energy for me. I'm someone who enjoys talking. I'm a chatterbox, which is why I made the stream. You're on here because you're having too many problems with the Twitch app. That's okay. YouTube's honestly the better platform to be on, in my opinion. I think it's gonna probably last longer than Twitch, but I don't know. One day, I actually want to have like my own streaming app. That's like one of the things. Well, it'd be an app, but I'll just have a website where I stream my own material directly. I'm just gonna upload it to my own website and server for people to join. I'm gonna just play some chill music, and I am gonna do some programming too. Programming is really the main feature, but I need to play music to stay sane. And I've never played this song. I'm gonna play a couple things I've never played. I'm also gonna play some Clara Schumann that I was playing the other night and that I haven't played before. I'm pretty excited for it, and so thanks for being here. And I'm gonna kind of get into this one. I don't know this piece really. It looks relatively simple, but that's why I'm starting with it. I thought I'd kind of warm up with it because I don't get to play music all that much during the week. I chose this because it like kind of gets a little more interesting in a second. This is where it starts getting a little more interesting. I chose this because it looks like a really nice set of songs. Some wrong notes, but altogether that's just a little bit mid. I think it only just turned major in this line. It did, I was not mistaken. Unless I didn't miss any sharps. It's just major now. This is interesting. I messed up that rhythm earlier too. This part looks mid. I'm skipping forward. So far, I'm actually a little disappointed by this song. I don't want to play anymore, to be honest. We'll go back to this. This is some advanced technology talk, actually. Okay. Oh, you know, what I really want to play is just Clara Schumann. This is a whole set of songs by Clara Schumann, and all of them are just so gorgeous. They've just been in my head and in my heart, and I can't really play them. That's the only thing. They're super tough. But I'll just try. Let me do it again. Let me go from this beautiful F sharp or C sharp. I should just trust my instincts, because I questioned myself earlier. And it turned out I was actually right in my head. I'm gonna do it again, because it's my stream and I get to play whatever I want, right? parts are just...
This would be amazing if I got it right. But those C flats, they didn't resolve. They should go. And that's that one. I know it's slow. I'm going to a metal concert on my birthday. Aw. I forget what my birthday is in this reality. How do you know my birthday? What is my birthday in your mind? I'm kind of curious because is it 420? I thought I set all my like social media accounts to show my birthday is 420. And if you have my actual birthday, then that'll be interesting. Maybe I've just said my birthday before, but that's cool. What kind of a metal concert is it? I probably won't know them. I feel like that was a poor showing, of course. The music's like really, really tough. But at the same time, I still think I got out like some of the good stuff. Some of the juice from the squeeze. I'm gonna play this one now. And I did just play these on stream recently, but they're just sort of what's in my ear right now.
chords that I'm about to play. Ready? Seven. I probably said it before. I've probably said it before a lot. And you know, I probably said never forget. I'm impressed that you haven't forgotten. And this is in honor of my birthday, and you remember. Get ready for it. This is the bug that's been in my ear for the last several days. Ready? It goes. It's like you've never even heard the music, but yet that has to be in our DNA, right? Those notes. I've never heard this song, but that's like that's just something else. This one, I still don't understand how to play right. It goes like this. It goes. Because, like, my natural inclination is to make this F sharp. But she specifically wrote natural after an F sharp. So, I mean, you gotta trust her, right? So it goes. And then this part's fucking incredible. This is like next level. No. To get us to A major, and then I still can't play this very fluidly. bet this is about to be beautiful. Probably way up here, goes over here, something like that. Kind of cool, it's kind of neat. Would I ever, I don't like harp support that much, but I would like a harp to play, just the harp. If you cut off the chord, the I chord, I don't need that part. I just need the harp. Give me a harp, and I will just play beautiful harp music for the rest of my life. I think I'd probably pick up harp pretty naturally too, because I play guitar, first of all, and because it has a pedal like the piano. It's basically like my two favorite instruments in one. I think I'd be able to do some, Dorothy Ashby stuff. I've shown Dorothy Ashby on the stream before, but let me just play a little piece of it really quickly. Dorothy Ashby. If you're not familiar, she's like the most killer harp player in the whole universe. We'll just turn this up slightly. I don't want it to be too loud. And I'm about to, hopefully you can hear it a little. This is hip harp right here. Well, you can't see it right now. This is Dorothy Ashby. She's got a lot of albums. And all of it's pretty amazing. I can't actually hear it right now, but I really recommend listening to this in your spare time. And yeah, so no harpsichord for me. I like dynamics a little bit too much. Whoops. We're gonna go back to this. Okay, that was fun. And I definitely want to play more Clara Schumann. I have another piece by her up. Now this might be a little bit painful to listen to. Honestly, it looks so hard, but it looks so beautiful too. So I'm gonna give it a shot and just see what it sounds like, because some of these chords at the beginning are just so gorgeous. Like, even if I just play the right hand, and I might have to just practice, like. And then. This is one hand is supposed to do this. I'm using both hands to play this melody. If I played both hands the whole time, it would have gone smoother. Because it's supposed to go like faster than that. It's a little allegro. I can't do that. But with both hands, I can maybe do the melody like at close to speed. Probably not. But let's see what it sounds like with the left hand, because I really haven't even tried. It's so hard, but I want to hear it. I pretty much got that first one, but from there it's a little harder. Oh, my brain. Okay. This is and then it's up here, it's like restarts. Wow, and that's all for this. That's all for this part. I want to try just the melody again. Go. Okay, that was kind of interesting. Now, another thing I haven't been talking about is that I actually did do an interview the other day for an actual programming job, and that's pretty interesting and terrifying, because if you recall my lore, my mythos, the legend that has begotten me, I actually lost my last programming job just because I'm sheerly inept. And in this programming interview, I actually succeeded 100%, but I don't think I succeeded in the way that they're going to want, and I don't know if they're going to want me to join them. I feel like if I was hiring, I wouldn't hire myself. I probably wouldn't hire myself, but I'm hoping with all hope that they give me a call back, Jesus Christ. And so that's where my mind is. It's really hard for me to focus on anything, but this music's helping to keep me at ease a little bit. Let me try this second part of the melody to see what it sounds like. I retract saying I'm gonna try the second half of this because actually these like octave chords, they're too much. They're too much right now. It's gonna be too weak for me. And like these, that's too much right now. This, it seems like it'll be so beautiful. I want to give it a shot, honestly. The key signature, E flat major, it's brilliant. So this is supposed to be really fast too. I will not play it up to speed. It's gonna be more like this. It's gonna be okay, and it's actually C minor. It goes, and then you go. So the melody is all on the left hand. Oh, it switches. Oh, and it's actually minor, so it's a. Okay. And then what's the right hand doing? That's just the left hand. What is the right hand doing? It's not usually major though. I don't think I can do this one justice right now. I'm not that good. Okay, I'm mid. I'm very mid. Painfully mid is the name of my autobiography. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, you can like hear it what it's supposed to be, but I can't do it. Okay. This is gonna be a good one. And then this. Oh, it's not. goes. Damn. Hold on. It goes. Where am I? I'm on the C sharp. Double sharp. Standard sharp. These are the ones you gotta practice on stream, but you can hear how amazing it is if you could go through it quickly. Let me try this one. This Valant. Okay. Valanti. Hi, my name's Chris Valanti, and I'm here to sell you my melodies. Major. Minor. This is a weird one. Another one where it's like you gotta be flying. Look at these chords. How are you supposed to play that? You can't sight read it. You need to just know. I can't do those ones. That's okay. One day we'll have them. Enjoy. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you. I hope you have a good night. I always appreciate you stopping by. I hope you enjoyed. I thought it was a fun time. This is beautiful. I love that whole thing. Interesting insight into her daily practice. Rather than being conceived as musical works, they're transcriptions of her warm-ups. Look at this. This is so interesting. The C minor, I know that one. Interesting. I think the technical exercises will do me good. I'd almost forgotten them. Huh? Wow. This is interesting. My hands hurt after playing her music. Okay, let's check it out. This is her prelude, I guess. Interesting. This is the practice preludes. I wonder what it goes. I should probably follow her fingerings, right? 1, 2, 4. Follow them. Oh, and then so you probably use 5. Oh, and it wants you to use the right hand. So actually it's 1, 2, 4, and then you flip over. Okay, I got it. Oh, it goes like this. But only this first part I have. So you keep it. Use the left hand and then you go. I'm not actually following the fingerings, so I'm not doing very much justice to it. They're nice. They're like nice arpeggios. They're not actually pieces, they're just practices, huh? I assume you use the right hand where there's nothing listed. Okay, those are cool. They're neat to know about, that's for sure. Neat chord. I'm gonna do some programming soon. That's really the main part of the stream, frankly. It's the stream. But I'm also just chilling for a little bit. Whoa, dark cover. Let's check this one out. I don't know this piece. This looks like it's got some cool stuff in it. Never seen it before. Feels like. Let's try again. There's a lot of symbols. But it's not. It's not wrong. Yeah, the Clara Schumann tunes are just on another level. All these songs are just so crazy. They're so beautiful. I want to just check out this part. It looks so good. Like, look at this. Look at these. They just look amazing. I bet they really are. I want to start from right here. It's supposed to be way up and you go like... Would you hear that? Oh, I can see the Schumann. they're pretty beautiful. Okay. Um, let's see. I do have this one up, but I played that one like very recently. Um, I forget what tune this is. I just. It's not bad, but it's also not really incredible. Okay, maybe it's time to program. These aren't going as hot as they should. Yeah, it's supposed to be C. It feels better than it sounds, probably. I think. That's how I feel a lot of the time. Kind of want to make a Chips Challenge game. I don't know if anybody here remembers Chips Challenge, but that's a game where if you're like a dinosaur, you would go around and you'd eat chips and stuff. I say dinosaur because it's very old. Okay, I'm gonna take a break, and I think I'm just gonna get to coding. I feel like piano is just not like flowing out of me tonight. I wish it was. Well, let me hit one more thing. Let me check this one. Like, this could be pretty good. I'll just do one more here. But only if it, like, really strikes me as being good for my fingers. No. Okay. No more piano from me tonight. But I'll be back with more piano, I'm sure. Well, maybe this one. Let's just see. I'm always looking for reasons to play. These handwritten scores, even when they're neat, they're hard to read. Okay, I'm giving up for now. I'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes to stream more. I'm gonna do some coding, which I think is super cool personally. So I'm excited to do it, and I'll be back soon. Thank you. Yo, thanks if you're here. I'm gonna be starting again really soon. I'm currently just getting ready for the next segment where I'm gonna just do pretty much just coding. And so I'm actually changing my settings right now so that I'm not on the people. Oh, I am on people and blogs on YouTube. So that's pretty accurate. I am a person, I am on YouTube. And I'll be back like extremely soon. I'm gonna be doing some coding for like Arduino stuff, but also just for C programming, and also just to hang out. My name's Paige, and this is kind of my show where I do whatever I'm gonna do. I'll be starting really soon here. I'm just gonna basically stretch for just a second before I get going. Okay. Alright, let's freaking go. Let's do it. Hello. Hello. I'm turning down the playlist. Hey, good timing. The song was just ending. Yo! My name is Paige. Good to be here. And I don't know. I just had my phone. And I already freaking lost it. Whatever. I'll have to get up again soon. I actually have food cooking. Oh, I have my phone like literally right here. Okay. So it's kind of informal. I mean, every night is informal, but let's talk about where I'm at. Oh, and I still have my music up, and I have chat. Look at that. I have camo up, but it's not actually open. Here, let's go here. Boom, bam. The house is kind of a wreck. It's a low-key wreck in here. And it's just because I've been so busy lately. Here's the vegan sticker. I want to sell these one day. But then at the same time, I just want to give them away. So if you're interested in a vegan sticker, you can join in on the Discord. Discord's been pretty good lately, actually. Let me actually get that back open. I had it closed because I try not to like dox people on stream, you know. I actually don't need to open Discord. I can go to chatbot and just have that post our Discord here. So my name's Paige, and what's the show? It's kind of just a live stream and a variety stream, and I have no overarching theme, but I like to talk about like transness and just my life, because my life has been so fucking crazy. And you know, I was in an interview yesterday because I'm trying to get a job as a programmer, and it's a long path, of course. I knew it would be a long path. I knew it would be really hard when I first made the decision to try and really change my career. I was just thinking outside a second ago, like, what's harder, transitioning as a trans person or transitioning careers into fucking programming from an unrelated discipline? And transitioning as a trans person is harder. That's the answer. But as in terms of like actually understanding things, having to like come to grips with like learning forever, essentially. It's so hard. Coding is like, there's just no answer. And I was even thinking to myself earlier today, like, I'm far enough in my coding journey that I have learned multiple languages, and I've had a job programming. I lost it, but I had a job, and I have created applications that do a bunch of different things. And the more that I get into coding, it's like there's this matrix of skills, this huge, like, very multidimensional matrix where it's like Mitch Hedberg had a joke where when you become a comedian, people are like, oh, you're a comedian, but can you write? Can you act? And it's like, well, I did this to do this one thing. And like, I signed up to be a programmer, and they're like, well, so here's like DevOps. You have to have the CI/CD pipeline. And in order to actually maintain your code automated in GitHub, you have to actually learn like YAML, and you have to use the interfaces provided by GitHub with or whatever version control you're using. But GitHub's the only thing I'm familiar with personally, because there's so many technologies to learn, and it's like you have to, the novice programmer has to actually sift out like the different knowledges, because I mean, I experience this more and more every day as I advance as a programmer, is that the more knowledge trees you spec into as a programmer, the more like you're wasting your time if you're not actually going to use something. And so my last job, I learned a style of programming, and I spent probably 2 weeks doing it, and I got a job doing it, so in that way it was very lucrative. But I also lost the job because I couldn't keep up, and hopefully if I get the job that I have now, I'll actually be able to maintain the job and do the code at like a reasonable level. Because the thing is that I'm not inherently a terrible coder, but I'm a very slow coder, and I'm slow at everything I do. I'm a slow musician. I tend to try and be a slow speaker, and anytime I'm not, I end up regretting what I say, or saying just something slightly different than what I mean. And you know, honestly, the show's been going really well. Gender blending as a whole, I look back on my episodes and I'm just like, I honestly feel pretty good about what I've been doing, and it is like a dream come true. I was telling my partner that my beautiful, beautiful computer that I love very dearly, that I'm running this show on, I like conceived it years before I built my computer. And I had this vision in my mind for what my computer would look like, and now I have my computer in real life and it perfectly matches my vision. And similarly, my show Gender Blending here is like a seed that was sprouted when I was very young. I've been setting the roots for this show in my life since I was so young, and the show like is my life, but also my life is so much broader than the show. And what's so interesting is that I have all these pursuits that are outside of the show. One day those things are going to intermingle too, because you know, hopefully if I become an actual programmer, I'll be able to like do a lot of good things, and not just for me, but for the whole world. That's the goal. I'm pretty much singly focused on trying to advance technologies that I think will help either make life better for everyone or help us to, and the other thing is also making life better, but specifically to improve climate change. I'm so interested in being helpful in that quest, and I'm not there yet, but I'd really like to be. Okay, so what am I doing tonight? That was a lot of introduction for nothing. I'm gonna be writing code in Clojure later, but I'm gonna start actually with a completely different language. I'm gonna start by writing for an Arduino chip. And so I actually have it right here. If you're not familiar, this right here is an Arduino. Now, the one that most people know of is the Arduino Uno. This is an Arduino Mega. I did not actually like purposefully buy this type of a chip. It just sort of, it's what I stumbled onto. And the only difference between this and Uno is that these right here, it's kind of hard to see, but these don't exist on an Uno, and these are just expansion ports. So it's really not even that special comparably, but you have a little bit more room to work. I've only ever hooked up like 2 things to this, and the code I'm doing, you don't even hook anything up to it. It's just on the board. So the code I'm doing is very simple, obviously, but it's cool. It's cool to be working with physical hardware. Oh, and I don't have YouTube up. Sorry if you've been chatting. I saw, yo, first time catching a stream. You love my content. Thank you so fucking much. I'm so glad that you're here. Oh, I love people who like come by and check everything out. And I'm really excited to create more content in the future. I want to keep doing this for a really long time. I'm really excited. And doing this like chip programming is going to be another paradigm here. Let me get to here. Whoa, look at all this stuff. We can close out this right here, but this is what we're looking at right here. And now this code, I know, we should actually probably just move where I am entirely while I'm coding. I just like to keep my portrait on the left side of the screen normally. And like, we also don't need music on the top right of the screen. Totally useless. Maybe I can put myself up here. But okay. Oh, I'm so glad you like my stuff. I hope that it brings joy, because I honestly, there's so many I'm gonna bring YouTube across to bring it over here to my other screen. All the streamers that I like, I freaking love watching, and my partner will put on streamers that he likes as well, and we'll listen to them. Mostly I listen to lecturers. Lately I've been listening to like programming lectures because that's where my brain is right now. Anyways, what are we coding in? Well, we're coding in the Arduino IDE here. And so for me, this is C code. You can write in C++, but I write in C. And this right here, this is garbage. This is garbage. This is such bad code. It's disgusting, and I'm gonna try and fucking clean it up because I feel horrible about myself. And deservedly so. I deserve to feel bad. I've been thinking all day. I've been drawing slight schematics. Where is it? Ugly schematics. But I have been writing out my plan on how to solve this problem, and I did solve it. I have a working solution for this. I can actually pull it up for a second. Let's pull it open, and I can show you what it does. Let's not dox myself, however, even though I already dox myself like every other day. Literally, someone on the stream earlier was like, "It's your birthday coming up," and it's not really, but they did know when my birthday was. It was a reference to my birthday. They didn't say it was coming up, but it's like all my personal information's out there. I figure everybody just knows. Also, like, I don't know, maybe this is unpopular, but like, honestly, like, I guess the thing that you don't want is people knowing your personal information, because they could like sign up for like credit cards or whatever in your name. But like, I don't care if people know like when I was born and stuff. Anyways, let's go to this code here, because I do have working code, so I can show you what the program's supposed to do. And but the working code will dox me, so I need to get rid of. Oh no, the working code is not going to. Okay, so this will actually work. This is gonna run, and hopefully, because I submitted this code, and I submitted it knowing it was bad, but like, I needed to just submit something that worked because it was for a job. This is for an interview, and I just want to be able to go back to them and tell them, like, I freaking fixed this. I made it good. So you see it light up here? I don't know if you could see that. This did light up when I plug it in. And then, so now you can just run your code in the top left. There's a little clicker here, and you'll see that it'll light up here. The serial monitor is going to prompt us to enter our input, and what we're allowed to do is we can enter up to 80 things and up to 80 characters, and it should work for us. So if I was like Hungarian turtles like the beach, whoops, and I don't know, I'm capitalizing everything. And it did not work. Of course, this didn't work. Oh my god. But you know what? Why wouldn't it work? You know what? I think this doesn't work because I like changed things around in it, and I saved the changes, of course. It was working earlier. It definitely was working earlier. Let me try compiling this one more time though, because sometimes I've noticed that this whole thing, let's see if the exact same thing happens. Okay, the exact same thing did happen. So that's unfortunate. I could probably, oh, and I'm fucking doxing myself. God damn it. Whatever. It's okay. There's like probably nobody here with malicious intent towards me. And if you do have malicious intent, well, you know what, whatever. And it was pretty minor anyway. It's like kind of finding the proverbial Waldo. So my code's not working, and that's okay. That's an all right place to start, because honestly I need to fix my code. Anyways, what it's supposed to do, I'll run through it, is that I need to take up to 80 characters, and I need to split them up. And in C, that's not super easy. So basically, like, I'm gonna get rid of the spaces. However, I should be able to do that pretty reasonably. I've been thinking about like just a much simpler approach than what I'm doing right now. But again, in C, it's just like you can't work with full strings. Oh, and part of the challenge here is that the request here is that I do not use predefined functions. I don't use system functions, and I don't use string functions. So I have to define all my own functions, and I can't use anything pre-written, and not even like string.h. So I'm basically working with characters, and that makes it a little trickier because I can't just use like for each or anything, and you have to manually print everything out. But I have a plan here, and I'm basically gonna open up a new scratch pad here, and I'm gonna start from scratch entirely. But then my plan is that it's actually really easy with the art. I can't believe how easy they make this to work with, to be honest. You have your setup in your loop, and you can honestly get going really quickly just by doing like serial dot begin, and then you set your port, which 9600 is just the default, and that'll already just let you print. So then you can just say serial dot print line, and I'm gonna keep it like simple. I'm gonna try and approach this in an actual way that's not like stupid, because I've been like so sleep deprived, I've been so stressed lately. But tonight, one of the reasons I'm streaming is that like I had my calculus final last week, and I had a job interview 2 nights ago. The night before the job interview, I basically didn't sleep, and that was because of like work and just life. Just I have so much going on that like I really have no time. And then last night I was freaking I went to bed early, but I just woke up fucking exhausted. And tonight it's just like I have a night off for once. Tomorrow I'm busy. Anyways, I want to do this in a way that makes sense. I get like so indecisive, and I need to like choose a plan, and I need to just stick with it through the code, you know? So what I'm going to start with is I'm just going to make sure I have running code, and from there I'm just going to do it like the way a professional coder does. I'm going to take it a step at a time. So let's get it to print something. We'll say, hiya, welcome to Arduino, and I'll just press play, and let's see what happens. It should work, and we should just be able to go to the serial monitor and get something. And you'll notice I'm also trying not to use the internet. I'm trying to do this from my brain, and we got this. Oh, hey, it worked. Okay, hiya, welcome to Arduino. So that one kind of came through. So working with this little thing, they actually make it ridiculously easy, and we could hook up lights and stuff to it, but we're doing basically a console application tonight, and it's not going to be like the most fancy console application ever. I'm basically taking and returning input, but just I'm a little bit rusty with my C, and I already have a lot of this code worked out on the other screen, but I'm gonna So I'm just gonna basically be copying and pasting things. But the thing is that I obviously a lot of my code was garbage, and so I'm just gonna fix it. And I'm not gonna paste in the garbage code, and I'm gonna paste in the good code. And so these define functions were some of the best things that I did. Define functions are smart and good. So use define. This is basically setting a custom macro in your program. So these things will automatically be that value. And like for the most part, these are acceptable. I'm gonna get rid of some of these, but these are gonna be my local variables here. And I'm gonna get rid of this right here because I'm definitely not using that. And I probably won't even return a pointer array in the end. Instead, I'm gonna return a 3-dimensional array, and it's actually gonna be max word. It's actually gonna be int length max, and then this next one is gonna be, actually, no. This one is gonna be here. Wait, I'm thinking. The actual answer is just 1, 2. That's the answer. Because basically, if I was gonna comment this, you're gonna be like, the first dimension of this 2-dimensional array is the index. It's the array of the index of the user input. It's the array of the index of the user input where the second dimension is the substring range, basically. So for example, it'll be like the index is 5 and the range is like, I don't even need to do a range, right? Because it just can be another value. So it can be a key value pair. It could just be 2 integers. So that could just be an array. No, it does have to be 2-dimensional because it has to be the index and it has to be where it goes. So we can do just 1. It doesn't even have to be 2. That'll do good, I think. So it can be like 5, 6, because it'll be like the beginning and the end. And so what I'd named this was actually indexes to return. And I haven't been talking about gender at all, really. One thing that's been on my mind for gender, and like, it hasn't been a thing in my life, thankfully, is I take calls for a hospital right now because I'm such a garbage programmer. And as a trans person, I'm constantly super self-conscious about my voice. I've talked about that so much, and I try not to drone on about it, you know? I know that people like my voice, and I like my voice too from time to time. I think you're allowed to like have that disparity. And in fact, I honestly think everybody does personally. I'm not trying to project, but I just think everybody has like at least a little bit, like at least a little. Anyways, I don't like my voice. I really don't. It makes me like feel bad. And that's the number one thing that's hard about working a call center. Honestly, I would like take calls joyously if I didn't hate my voice so much. And I just want voice therapy so bad, or not voice therapy. I want voice surgery, but it's just like so unaffordable. It's basically $10,000. And I did actually have my insurance set up to provide it, but there's a long story as to why it is not happening, at least right now. Maybe in the next 5 years, but we'll see. There's other things I'd be interested in. But you know, it being trans is pretty tough, but like in a call center, it's so weird. It's probably the most boring thing I could talk about is my job, honestly. and I try not to talk about like what I do that much anyways, because I just like to keep my stream and my life separate. It's kind of part of the novelty of streaming for me. But you know, I work for this hospital, and they basically like have decided how to handle trans people in terms of their identities, and it's just like so weird to have people determine your existence for you. So I think that their definition of a trans woman is, I'll write it here. It was like a person who is assigned M at birth, but identifies as, and like I'm not even gonna keep writing it, but identifies as, and it's just like, I mean, I don't know, this just feels like language that was just created for us. It does not feel like my own language. Like, I kind of bought into it for a minute, but now I'm just like, I feel like any attempt to describe my gender is just fucking a travesty. I'm not going to try and describe myself. Anytime someone wants me to describe myself to someone, I'm just insulted. And that's where I've been at. I've been kind of like repugnant lately in a certain way, but like in a way that I think is so healthy. I'm not going to interface with it. I'm not going to interface with like ignorance, because I don't know, there's no reason for me to like need to like actually explain those things. And so I go to a doctor's office, and I don't think that a doctor even needs to know unless it's like relevant, and then I'll talk to them about it. But like, it just isn't relevant 90% of the time. I'm mostly worried about my knees. Now, there's argument to be made that your doctor like will know statistics and stuff based off of gender, but like, these are things that you can like talk about in private, and like, I don't know, it's a one-on-one thing. I'm not making any good coherent points about it, nor am I programming. I really should focus on programming, frankly. And user input being max length is perfect and fine. This stuff is all good. I think this is very reasonable. True length I may not use, honestly. It's possible I'll get rid of it. Space place I'm probably going to get rid of too. And I think I also need an integer y. And I think we might even, I don't know if you can do this like the same. Can you say an I and y are equal to 0? It looks like that's legal. We can just keep testing our code, basically. And as long as it does this. Okay, there we go. Now, these, it's doing that because of the serial thing. I think if I put this at 1100, it'll get rid of those. Let's see. Well, this time I had a lot more of them, huh? So, I guess 1100 didn't quite do it. What if we put it at like, I don't know, let's try 100. Is that going to do more or less? Why is it printing so many of those? I've gotten rid of them before. Yeah, look at how many 100 did. Let's put it at 15,000. What does that do for us? I'm just experimenting a little bit right now. That work? Hiya, welcome to Arduino. I think we have to scroll all the way over. Okay, that's just the actual gobbledygook. 9600 is the actual length that it's supposed to be. I don't know why it's being like so weird. Sometimes this program, it's probably because like something is happening with these arrays, or because nothing's happening in loop or something. No, there should be no problem with it in loop. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's get rid of this and see what happens if we run this again. It's so weird. So weird. Okay, see, we got all that stuff. I wonder what happens if we get rid of this space and comment out some of this stuff. Does that change our output here? Whoops. Let's check it out. I'm still pretty new with the Arduino ID, so that doesn't change anything. What if we set this to 5K? Let's see what happens. I got rid of these, definitely, before. My other file definitely didn't have them. See, why would that change the... It's changing the bit rate, but it should not... Oh, you know what? I think I might know what it is. I think I might know. It might be up here. Might be like one of these things. Doesn't seem like it though, honestly. Like, this stuff is all accurate. We might be able to change one of these. Let me check out what the... Maybe the spec is wrong. What... BUAD is Arduino Mega. 16. Let's see. What does 16 mean for a band rate? 57600? That's crazy. Let's try it. 57600. Is it gonna work? Doesn't look like it. Looks like a lot of gibberish to me. I wonder what's going on. Arduino runs. Calculation is not a simple and straight up formula. Oh, 0.2 is good. What? So weird. I figured that wouldn't work. I really figured it wasn't gonna work. You see, if we open up one of my other files, I do believe that it is this. It was, and this one gave us like crazy return as well. Oh, I actually have to run it. This one's broken. This one isn't gonna actually run. I don't want to like dox myself with these other ones. Yo, Nico Potato, hello. Nico Potato and Nico Potato. Isn't I and Y not very good for name for S variables? Oh, is that supposed to be names for variables? Well, obviously you would know. Yeah, I mean, they're not good, but I'm also just sort of like breadboarding my code in a certain way. So I'll probably give them more descriptive names at the end, but right now I'm just trying to get my code to like work. So I feel what you're saying. It's very fair. Like, I don't know why this would not like the 9600. It's just giving us the squares, like it is working. What happens? Oh wait, what if we do fives? Oh, here, let's try this now. Maybe this will resolve it. Maybe you have to have a match. That would make sense. Let's check that out. What's going on with that? Well, let's get rid of this and try again. Is it gonna work? Hey, there's slight less gibberish at the beginning. Why is there any gibberish? I don't know. What if we what if we put it at 58k? 58k. Let's find out. I'm just gonna see, is it more or less the same? It's about the same. Okay, well, it's slightly better. Arduino Mega with a big thing. I don't think we're gonna worry about this that much because honestly, this is a very minor thing. This is not something I'm too worried. As long as we're getting our text. I think that this can be caused by so many different things. It is like annoying though. It's just slightly annoying. But anyways, yeah, we do have these poorly named incrementing variables, but I'm gonna keep it for now, just because. And I'm gonna start by getting user input. So let's grab our user input from over here. Basically, I created this user input function that isn't gonna make sense right now, but hopefully we'll fix it to make some sense as we go here. So I'm gonna pop this in here. This is not gonna compile because some of this stuff doesn't exist in here. And so if we do this, oh, and this should also go above setup too. It should go like down here, probably. Okay. So that's not bad. And right now we don't have this function parse individual words to return. I don't even know if I'll keep that. We'll see. But what I do know is that I need to actually call the function. And how did I have it called before? I was calling it on loop, which seems like a weird decision to me personally, but at the same time, you know, it was how it was working, and so I'm just learning. Okay. So let's see here. You know, catching a stream is hard. On that note, first time catching a stream here, and like, I mean, the stars really have to align, and that's why I appreciate everybody who stops by so much. Like, I mean, to actually devote your time to sit and watch someone else do stuff, it means a lot. It means that I'm like really doing something that's like somewhat meaningful, because I've always thought that there's just not enough like trans people out there doing stuff, and I probably would have had a lot easier of a life if I'd just seen other people being based IRL. So I'm trying to just be based. Okay, but I am gonna take a break soon. In fact, I'm just gonna step away for 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn on some music while I do step away for a sec.
I bumped my head, you too?
Yo, thank you for that follow. I heard that from across the room. Thank you for dropping by. My name is Paige, and this is the show Gender Blending. I'm actually working on this code here, which is some of my first Arduino code. And it's not working. Well, it is and it isn't. It is and it isn't. Because I got this BAUD rate, and I was reading that this is the best one. Oh, that's obtrusive. That's some obtrusive freaking clapping right there. That's actually from my undergraduate degree. That's some of the music that I was playing while I was studying music. And now I'm studying programming, because I need to actually live in the capitalist world that we live in, unfortunately. And I said I was going to talk a little bit more about capitalism, but at the same time, it's just such a depressing thing to talk about. And I specifically made my show to be like not that depressing, ideally. Okay, I'm not doing a good job of coding right now because I'm just like talking so much. Do we have user input? We do. Okay, so user input's realistic to have here. We can just simply comment out this, because that's fine. And so this should take user input, and it should put it into the array. And I should, in theory, be able to just print line. And print line. Oh, it's got to be serial.println. Serial.println. And what we're going to do is just... And why do I even have... Oh yeah, because it's an array of characters. It's an array of characters. Oh, that's what makes it hard. Serial print line. There's no real good way. You just have to use a loop. So I will, just for the sake of life. And I'll use y here. For y. Y is less than max length. Y plus plus. And then we'll just serial print. And that's at least straightforward. Serial print, user input, and y. And so let's just see what that does for us. See if that prints, if it works. Hopefully that should return something for us here. I think it will. Oh, we have to actually enter it. We got a bunch of squares so far, which is actually better than nothing. Is it infinite squares? Because I was having that issue before. I don't think it's infinite. Is it infinite squares? Is it infinite squares? Is it squares all the way down? Well, it didn't repeat my user input, so that's a good sign that it is not. Please enter the string you would like to break up. Square, 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 square. Okay, well, there's a million places that this could be going weird. Part of it is that it's just going to infinitely go up. Y here. And so we should probably set y is equal to 0 is a good thing for us to do at the beginning of this loop if we're going to use y there. Well, we got some Chinese there, so we're succeeding in that capacity at least if we want to succeed with that, if that's our goal. And it looks like this is infinitely printing here. Well, it's going to print to max length for user input. And why is it not working? It's because I think we should really do this on setup. You know, I feel like the internet was telling me to do it on loop, but I feel like setup does just make more sense. Like, that's where you're going to take user input. I don't understand why it would be on loop. I just don't get it. Let's see what happens here. And let's clear this, please. Hello? Oh, we just got this infinite loop happening. Why is this still happening? Let me just press this again. Hello? Why are you being like this? Yo, hello. Not gonna lie, I've been making projects in Arduinos for a year. I've never used a serial monitor. Really? That's amazing. I mean, I'm just like literally starting right now, and probably your experience is a lot more like realistic than mine. Like, you probably do more real stuff. I'm just starting, and the thing is that I was told to do this for a job interview the other day, and so I'm still like sort of trying to figure this out. And you see, I've been using this long enough that this should be fairly straightforward for me, but I'm feeling like very stupid, like especially the last couple days. And it's because I set y as 0. So I have an issue if I don't set y as 0, and I have an issue if I do, of course. Okay, because I mean, it's gonna end naturally. Let's try this again. Okay. Are you gonna at least stop being infinite printing, please? I think it should probably not infinite print anymore. Are you infinite printing? Please enter the string you would like. You really don't like this PUAD, right? Let's go back to the 9600. Try setting y as -1 and maybe set it to 0 as after. I have y set to 0 up here just at the very beginning. Try setting y to -1 here for y, as long as y is equal to max length. Maybe set it to 0 after. Let me just check this really quick. I just want to see what the PUAD rate does. It goes infinite. What? Why does it? I feel like that's something that happens to all my Arduino programs, is they all just like become infinitely run, and that's because it loops literally. But they shouldn't like do that. I did add a lot of stuff here though, so let's see what I have going on here. I is going to -1 each. Oh, because I'm taking. Oh no, I should only be taking user input on setup. Try setting y as -1 and maybe set it to 0 after. I'll try setting y to -1. I'm not sure. Try setting it to 0 after. Like in the loop. I'm a little confused about that approach just because I don't know where I'm supposed to set it at as -1 and 0, honestly. Although I appreciate the backseating because I really am like pretty bad and I'm trying to improve. Okay, so this should be straightforward. I don't need to like define a second function, and I also don't need to set I as 0 here, I don't think. If serial.read and index. As long as index is less than the max length, then serial is available, which is something that, like, I don't even understand why you have to say the serial is available so much. Like, just seems to be something you have to do. Okay, character in the array, serial read into the array, as long as it's not a new line. Okay. Index equals into the array. And then it adds this. And the delimiter. I don't know if that'll help, but sometimes for me, my x blank and your x to the n and 0 to the n. If I make it negative first, it saves more room for the variable and you don't get garbage. Interesting. I wonder if I set both of these as -1. That's such an interesting piece of wisdom coming from. Hopefully setting it to -1 at the top is okay. I'm just gonna press it and just see what happens. That would be an amazing thing to learn, honestly. And I could get garbage data for so many things. I mean, I can just simplify this a lot, but well, also, am I having like an issue? Oh, because I'm not using, well, not using this should not be an issue. Oh, wait, now I'm getting it slightly. Now I'm slightly getting it, but not entirely. The print line was why I was printing all out like that. Okay, well, print line was nicer. It's actually what we want. But, yeah, why is it all garbage? It's because it's not actually taking input here. I don't know how to like set up the input in here. Like I said, I don't know if it'll help. Well, it's a good thing to know. It's seriously like pretty amazing to know. And you said set it to 0 after. So I can, what if I try doing y equals 0 right here? I mean, it could work. It's like definitely something. And computers be weird. I think I'd rather this, yeah, now I'm gonna have the infinite loop. I'm gonna get rid of this for now, just so that this doesn't keep looping forever. And I'd rather this have be print line, honestly. I do prefer it just printing every single time. Okay, well, right now it's not taking input, so let me comment out this whole function to take input, and let's make it simpler, because that's my methodology here to Morse coding. Let's just take the code that's inside of it, that's currently doing its thing, and let's comment out the function call. Let's comment out these 2 lines. I know commenting out is not great in the end. Okay, let's put this down here. So now this should be code or something. And why is this like lined up so weird? Okay. If serial is equal to available. Like, why does this have to say? I mean, it already says if serial is available. Like, why do I need the second one? Well, what we're doing is very basic. We're taking input, we're removing the, we're taking input, and the input is an 80 character string, up to 80 characters. If you enter an empty string, it'll just return a new line. And if you enter 80, then it'll return all of the substrings without the spaces. So if I enter red cat dog, it should say red cat dog, and it should say 3 different words. Right now it says nothing because it doesn't even do anything, which is fair, because we're just starting really, been kind of talking, but not talking as much as I honestly like really wanted to when I first made the stream. I'm gonna put in some gum because my throat is just like so dry here, and I actually need to step away for a couple minutes soon, which is a little bit of a bummer because I'm just like having fun trying this. First of all, I think that like we just don't even need this. I put this in here because I'm silly. I think this is redundant and dumb, but we'll see. Into the array is equal to serial.read. Like, this seems fair. Let's do this. Let's just print line into the array. And it's serial.println into the array. I can't believe you've never done a console project. I mean, you're probably more of an electrical engineer. That's my guess. Is that if you haven't done the serial monitor stuff, you must be more on the electrical engineering side. Thus, you must be like very smart, I imagine. All the people on the electrical engineering side are just so smart. Okay, serial to print line into the array. And I love backseating personally. It actually is like really helpful for me. Okay, on the loop. It doesn't. I'm not printing anything right now. Hello? Okay, we got hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Look at all that junk garbage. Why is it so garbage? While index is less than max length minus 1. Why is that the case? And while available, while index is less than max length minus 1. Index is 0 while it's less than max length. It doesn't need to be minus 1, right? Max length is 80 while index is less than 1. Oh, because we need to add a delimiter at the end. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Serial available. Like, serial should already be available in theory. But I think that's for later loops. That's why that was there. I'm going to leave it because I don't think it's going to break anything. Okay. And now I'm back to the code that I had, which should be working in my opinion. This I don't totally understand, having to read the serial buffer again. At level 2 software support at the company, I messed up with Arduino to make LEDs light up. Other LEDs change color, and sometimes the speaker will make a noise. Nice. Yeah, I've done speaker stuff, and I have a whole like this was my like LED contraption that I was sort of dealing with recently. Pretty basic LED setup, honestly. But we're not in that program right now. I did like a 16-bit counter, so it would light up like 1 through 16 in binary. And then I did, you could type in like 7, 8, 12, 1, and it would light up 7, 8, 12, and 1 in binary. So that was cool. And now I had a job interview, and they asked me to do this like sort of console challenge, and I fucking was struggling. I was on the struggle bus, but I want to fix it. I want to do like something nice and pretty and good. And it's so awkward. I don't understand why taking user input feels so awkward on the Arduino, and I don't understand why doing it in setup doesn't feel right. Like I feel like I understand the loop setup thing. Like, it's beautiful and it makes sense and it's so easy, but like I feel like when I put stuff in setup, it doesn't like pause the program. I don't want loop to start until I've entered the input. Hello? And like now it just doesn't work. Oh, but that's because the printing itself is inside of the setup buffer. And so it's like if I say hello, it's not gonna happen. But if we do it in loop, will hello happen? I think it does. I think if we do that and we print, and also these like warnings at the bottom right are kind of annoying, honestly. Hello. Hey, look at that. It's beautiful. I don't know why our gibberish got like, this is C. You're right, it is C. You can use C++ for the Arduino IDE. I'm using C here. And we got some user input. We got some amount of user input, I should say. And okay, so hey, we got that. We got that going. Now, let me go ahead, and here's where my mind gets blown. Ready? I'm gonna copy and paste this function in code. It's in loop. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna take this code, which wasn't working for whatever reason. Oh, no, because we want the inside of it. We want the inside. Okay, just the inside. Okay, now we leave that. I uncomment. And then this is where it's like the leap of faith. Now, when I put take user input in loop, is it gonna work? Is it gonna be beautiful? Why isn't it beautiful if it isn't? Can you please tell me why you aren't beautiful? Okay, let's see. Please work. Please work. Please work. The same way. Please work the same way. Hello, my friend. Will you print nicely? Hey, fuck yes. Look at that. We got a little bit of separation of concerns into our program. Okay. So, I have a string. I could print that string all day. I could keep going if I want. Okay. It'll just keep doing that. Okay. Fuck yeah. So, we have that array, and I have here my recipe for this code. I have like a little recipe that I worked up. I have a completely unrelated job that's completely soul-sucking, that isn't code, and when I have any free brain second, I try to scramble and write code on my breaks. And so, my strategy here, I have some pre-written code, so we're gonna copy that in here, cause right now, I think we can move on. I think we have like the start of a functioning program. And because take user input is working the way I want it to, at least right now, I'm gonna close this up and I'm gonna move the serial filter down. And this is our whole code so far, right here. And my name's Paige, by the way. If you're into this, if you're into hanging out, and by the way, I went to school for music and philosophy. Normally I have like my playlist playing and all the music in the background is just like this is a bad example actually, because this song is like the one on my playlist that wasn't me, but this was in the middle of a concert that was like essentially all me, and like I didn't want to take apart the concert recording and like cut out just this one part because it was too much work for like a half an hour of audio to just pull out like 5 minutes of it. So this is actually not me playing guitar, but it's beautiful too, so I left it in. Now this person is actually slightly transphobic. I remember they were like, aren't you happy just being the way that you are? And I was like, what do you mean the way I am? Poop head. Ugh, gross. But I had another friend who was like right there with me, and my friend like jumped down their throat. I couldn't even believe it, and I love that friend a lot. Okay, not because they jumped down their throat. Also, YouTube's like freaking popping off compared to Twitch tonight, which is kind of I would say based personally. I personally would say that. Whoops, I pressed copy instead of I meant I pressed paste instead of copy. I'm gonna paste the Discord into YouTube in case you want to hang out more later. Is serial like a pipe or a socket buffer? I thought serial was just literally input. I don't know how it functions. I mean, it probably is a pipe or a socket buffer. Yes, it probably is one of those two things. I'm not sure. Same, though today I was scripting some API commands in PowerShell, which is not common. And is there any notion of FDS? XD? I'm not sure of FDs, or any notion of FDs. I'm not sure. This is also why I might not be of help, as my brain has already had its brown out today. Now I know how that goes. Separate the art and the artist. True that, true that. I try to, at least. Let me get 1 second, just because I need to turn off the oven, because my food's gonna burn, but I don't want to stop streaming just yet. I'm gonna just be taking a break in a second, but I just gotta run just across the room. Just a moment, and you'll get to see my beautiful eyes. Okay, here we go. I'm coming back, okay? I'm here. My name's Paige, and I did go to school for music and philosophy, which makes me well equipped to serve coffee to people, of course. That's the joke that everyone loves to say. But file descriptor. Well, no, you don't have to apologize. You taught me something today. I should bow down to you for teaching me. Okay, we have take user input here, and whoa, that's not the code. That's a code. We can leave that down here in case anybody wants to join in. Okay, so our other code is on the other screen here. Now, I should say I did succeed making my code before work, but I want to make it nicer. I want to make it more reasonable, and so right now it's not going too bad. Now, this was Okay, this is like the heart of my sort of code here. Parse individual words to return. And what am I doing? I'm taking 80 characters and I'm pulling out the spaces and I'm returning the substrings. It's not that tricky, but in C it's a little bit harder. Now this is using functions I don't have in here, and I don't know whether I'm going to do everything. You see, I have true length is equal to count array the word. I don't need to take user input because the word itself is actually defined in the global scope right now, but I kind of like want it to be passed to the function a little bit. I don't know, I'm still debating that, but if we want this to work, we need count array and fill temp array, which are just functions that I defined in my other one. I don't know if we want to do that. The way that I was doing it before was not like very good. Same, I went to school for far too long and too much money to get a call center job. Yeah, exactly, right? And the thing is too is that, like, I mean, honestly, I know it's like so tinfoil hatty, but like I feel like there's got to be a percentage of calls that, like, when you answer phones for a living, like you must be answering AI that's training off of your voice. Like they must be training off of my voice. I don't blame them. I have a very mellifluous voice, and the AI that I talk to at my job tells me that all the time. People do literally tell me my voice is beautiful. I was talking earlier about like how cringe I feel at my job just because of my voice all the time, but I really don't get misgendered very much, which is very beautiful. And that's actually the main thing that I was going to say about it, is that everyone is like so kind, and I'm really blessed, I feel like, because I got to transition a little bit earlier in my life, and so I feel like it just has always been slightly easier for me than for so many people. And I'm also someone who naturally was like always very charismatic, so when I was young, people wanted to help me. And being trans is so fucking hard. It's so hard. And I was talking earlier about how when you're in the hospital, it's like they've decided these policies and procedures for trans people, and like I just hate that they like dictate how it should be. My dream is a decentralized health system, which I think is what we're moving towards, and like basically you'll just have your own like health information card that just shares with your doctor what you want, and you get to choose what's public and private on your own decentralized health information card. But then like people are obviously worried about the security, and here's my thing, like personally I know everybody's different. Some people are shy, but if I had to have my gallbladder removed, I'm not embarrassed if that information gets leaked to the public, okay? And like I'm a trans person, and people want to know if I had the surgery, well, it's fucking just obvious that I have, because I tell people on my stream, and because my stream is trans, and because I fucking am so glad that I did. It's a good thing that exists, and trans surgery and HRT are literally magic, and like that's the whole point of the show, is that everyone should be able to do this. It's not like people are defrauding the government and like going and get trans surgeries just to like fucking steal from the military budget or whatever. Even though literally I did join the military to transition, which how fucking backwards is that? Oh, by the way, I was in the army. A lot of people don't know that about me, but like I drop it on the stream every so often. It's one of the reasons I'm so boisterous and brash and different, I think. But I also didn't do anything. That should be noted. I mostly smoke cigarettes, and I regret smoking. Don't do it. It's not good. You smell bad when you do it. Oh, I really have no notion of an operating system. I'm a little bit out of understanding here, but I bet STR talk is useful if I have access to that. Good luck. Thank you for the advice. STR talk. And it takes a character pointer and a constant pointer. Let's check that out in more detail. Thank you for the assistance there. STR talk. Just a second. STR talk. Also, YouTube is just like popping off for me tonight. Everybody's here tonight. I have 5 viewers right now, which is just like I don't normally even pay attention to my viewer count. Normally my viewer count is 0. And also a lot of the time my viewer count is like, but you know what? Now that I think about it, on my stream, 99% of the time, I'm just fucking zoned out, just playing piano like 90% of the time. But that's what I'm into. Like, that's my favorite thing. And I make my stream for me more than for like actually succeeding. So this is what we were just told to look into. Oh no, the people I've talked to are much too, I don't have a nice word to put here. That's okay. Sometimes you just run into sentences where you don't have a nice word, unfortunately. I hope I see people in the Discord later. I haven't been on the Discord much myself lately, but that's just because I'm busy. And like, I'm gonna take it more seriously one day once my stream gets like a little bit more bigger. I think what's called the split. Oh my god, there's a oh no, okay. I don't know if you're still here, existing. Okay, existing, I know you're sleeping, but I should just say, part of the challenge, I'm not allowed to use predefined string functions. That's actually part of the challenge, and so you probably weren't here for the very start. I hope you have a good night of sleep. Thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate you. And thanks for looking at or pointing this out. This is good for me to know still, because I didn't even know. Yeah, I'm not allowed to use the C string function. That's part of the challenge here. I'm not allowed to use predefined C functions, so I have to do this myself without any functions. But honestly, it's not that hard. It's not that hard to accomplish. I'm just trying to do it in an elegant way. Right now, it's totally not elegant. And I changed this to indexes to return, I think is what I was going to call this. And so when I say char temp main word, we're actually going to say indexes to return. And it's going to be an array. And No, I'm wrong. Let's just go back to what we just had. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Yeah, this is all fine. It's just that I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I don't think we need to do this. I don't think we need the true length. I don't think well, true length is not bad to get. I think we can do the true length. So true length is basically just, I made a count function, and so I can pull that in. It's like 5 lines of code or something. Is it count array? Yeah, it's count array. So that's very straightforward. Okay, count array is right here. And this, easy. You enter an array, and then in X. I was told X is bad earlier by another viewer who stops by all the time, and it's like, I don't understand why it's bad in situations like this. Maybe it's just not still. I mean, normally you wouldn't write a function like this. You would just use array.sum, but I don't get to use array.sum. That's part of the challenge. What would be if we could be lazy and locate any /s and just replace it with an n? That's actually an option. I could do that, but they are asking me to return the strings specifically, and I do have another strategy to do it, so shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. And I mean, I do already have the working code on another screen that I wrote. I did write it, so we're gonna get the true length, and we're not gonna do this. That one we're leaving out. Word index is probably not going to be used. I'm actually just going to get rid of word index. Wait, no, right now we're using it. Okay, so some of this is like placeholder here. I'm going to actually be changing some of this. What we're going to do is, before we actually get the true length here, I'm going to set a couple local variables. I'm going to say int start is equal to 0. And we can just say start and end are both equal to 0. Actually, and that's basically all that we need. And so we're gonna run through the word. I had another function here. Oh no, I got rid of that function. Fill temp array. Thinking here. Okay, we're using true length because we have true length from counting the word. And parse user input is going to be coming from take user input, which is going to be right here. We're adding a lot to the code here. This could definitely break the code. All right, you Bob Ross this already. and or cooking show prep slightly because like it was ugly, and right before we were streaming here, it was not working when we first opened up this file, but we have a working file right now if I was to comment this out. And so what I'm doing is okay, SOS. What was SOS again? Start of the substring. Oh yeah, the beginning of the index. Okay, so instead of word index, I'm gonna call this start of substring. And we'll do that. And so move this just to where this other local variable is. And I'll just get rid of this commented outline because we're just not going to use it. And space place, I just want to get rid of space place. We're not using it. I just want to cut out as much code as we can that we're not using. True length, I do want global, honestly. True length is fine to have. Okay, now true length is basically if it's less than 80 characters, I'm just going to cut it off. That's just going to give us a little more efficiency. It's a little stupid, honestly. It's not necessary. It's adding complexity for no reason, but that's fine, because the only difference is this would say max length right here. Now if temp main word, we don't have main word, we're just going to go through the freaking word. We're just going to go through the word. Okay, now this is where the logic has to come in, because I don't have, like, in my other, I was approaching this differently. Before, I was basically going through the array, creating a temporary array where every space was an end of line delimiter, and then I returned pointers to the beginning of the first letter of each substring. And that returns the words, but it's weird. It's a weird solution. It did not work super well. And I think it will be straightforward if I just have the beginning index of a word, the end index. This does need to be arranged. This should be too, because it's going to be the beginning of the index, and then how long it is. Wait, oh gosh. No, so this first number should not be a 1. This first number should be max words. Max words, because it could be up to 10 words. And then 2, because it's the range. And then start and end is the range. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense now. And that's going to make thinking about this easier. So if the word is equal to... I think one good way to start this would be like, I don't want to go too far forward without like really thinking this out a little bit. I had another integer in here that I was not using. If the start of the substring is not equal to the index. This is a great song, honestly. I love listening to like psychedelic speakers and like technical speakers as well. That's something I do on this show a lot. I'm just not doing it tonight as much. Okay, let's just feel it out. Let's just feel this out. Because the first thing is that we need the first index, right? So if the word I, we can skip white space pretty easily by doing this. Okay, this is going to be skipping white space for us. And this should actually be... I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna keep that next section there. This is gonna skip white space. And we're using J here, which is incorrect. And there's no array to copy, it's the word, obviously. And we're using I. I love the comparison to Bob Ross. I do consider myself like Bobina Ross, like a little bit. Okay. As long as it's an empty space, we're just gonna move forward. And that can basically always be at the top. Because we're always just gonna move through the space. Doesn't matter how many there are. If the word is equal to that, we're gonna break, because that's the end. Right? We only have that one thing, and in fact we can make that the first condition. Break if end. Break if end. This is Bach, and this is me. This is me playing guitar here, by the way, in case you're wondering. I did go to school for music, so it's kind of my big thing here. I'm gonna stop in a second to actually take a break and eat, but I'd like to get this function working, at least this part of it. Okay, so it's gonna skip all the white space. It's gonna break out of this if the word has a delimiter. Now when it hits a word, if can we say else? I don't think we can say else. Let me check out my old code. Let's see. It's gonna have something to do with the fact that if I'm inside of a word, then I, the letter that I'm at, is going to be the same or bigger than the first letter of that word. So if the word I is a character and the letter or symbol before it was not a character, then it is going to increase the start. If start is 1 and while start is 1, I do something else, and then I set start to 0 at the end again, and then I can move that way. That's it. Okay. So it's based on start and end, and like the index of the array. That was hard for my brain to do. Okay. If the previous character was a null terminator, update the word pointer. Update the word pointer. This we're not using anymore. This is not a thing. Okay. Now this is like garbage essentially. I think. Because like none of this is being used. But I am going to be using a statement here of some kind. Okay, get rid of that. Okay. Now, So it's gonna break out if it's the end. It's gonna skip all white space. Now, it might even be good. It might even be good for me to do this. I think I'm gonna do the white space first. I'm gonna do the white space first, and the reason why is because then I can just use an else if, and then I think that just looks nicer. Doesn't that just look nicer? I think so, at least. Else if, because it's gonna be a letter. I don't know what else it would be other than a letter at this point. And so else if start is equal to 0, if start is equal to 0, we're gonna say if start is equal to 0, I'm gonna try it. I'm just gonna say no, we don't set anything yet. What we do is we say if start is equal to 0, start plus plus and start of substring start of substring is equal to I. And then we say else if start is equal to 1, and then there's going to be another if statement. It's going to say if, and it's if the word, and then I plus plus is equal to any of these. Okay. Any of these. Or if it is equal to this. Well, no, because it's gonna break if it does this. Right? No, because this only breaks if that's that. Although it's gonna go to I plus plus, so if it's this, it'll break anyway. Let's leave it for now. If the word I plus plus is any of these, then that means that start plus plus, but then we also need to say I plus plus. Can we do that on the same line? I think we can, personally. And so then if it's these things, then that means that we can say, oh, do we even need end? It would be best to say that start is equal to I as well. Oh, no, it's not smart to say that it's equal to I, because then I'm increasing I. Huh, start of substring. Well, I'm assigning the value of I to substring, so if I increase I after, it's not going to affect, because it's not like a pointer, so I think it's actually okay. I think it's okay to say start and that equal I, and then increase I. Start and start of substring. Why do I... I don't need start of substring, do I? I think I don't. I think I don't need that. I think we can do everything without this. This is Debussy, by the way. When I played this, I wanted to cry. This was one of the most beautiful moments of my whole life. I love this song. Then and is equal to I. And then you break out. And then you say, what do you say then? You say, la. Okay, this is when you start assigning. You say indexes to return. And then you say let's say int num word num substrings equal to 0. And then the second value is it's gonna be end minus begin. End minus start. Wait, you say that, sorry, you say that this value, wait, you say that this value is equal to I think you just say it's equal to, wait, oh, this is hurting my brain. How do you assign values to the second dimension? Let's just look up C multi-dimensional arrays really quickly. Okay. Yeah, I remember now, I remember. Okay. 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 Of num substrings is equal to n minus because it's just the one value. We only need the two values. This is Manuel Ponce. That music was a little bit obtrusive. Thanks for hanging out still through that. This is Manuel Ponce that we're listening to. This is a little bit more grounded than my show normally is, I think. Hopefully this actually compiles. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going with it, assuming it works. Indexes to return, the index is equal to n minus r, and I think that that's legal, honestly. But I have to do the sub elements. 4, 5. Syntactic sugar for one dimensional. You're actually just doing 20 in a row. Oh, that's wrong. According to the next person. Okay. Well, let's just see how this works. I think I might have to have 2 pairs around it though. And I might need to have a semicolon. Yeah. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it works. Okay. Now. Indexes to return. So then that's gonna get that index to return, and I'll go through it all the way through true length. So we need to then say I++ at the end, but not just I++. We also have to say num substrings ++, and we have to say and star equals 0. And then if this compiled, I think this could kind of make sense, because then we would have the indexes to return assigned here. And so earlier I was returning things using take user input. So let's just see if this is a big moment. If I comment this out, I just want to see if my code still works. It doesn't work, but it's because I have like an extraneous set of code up here. Okay, now it's not working because of this Discord message. Hey, join my Discord. Come hang out with us. It's a good time. Okay, I have to actually stop and eat. I haven't eaten dinner. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it runs. We're about to press run again. I think it will. I think it's gonna run this time. It did run. Hello from the other side. Okay. It worked. A little weird looking, but okay. Hello from the other side worked. Now, let's make this a little bit more advanced. Instead of serial print into the array, we're gonna call parse individual words to return. And we're entering user input, but we really don't need to. We can just call the function. We're gonna get rid of car the word because we have the word. It's user input. So this is supposed to all be user input. And I could use find replace, but I'll just copy and paste. That rhymed unintentional. There's something about copying and pasting that's just satisfying to me, if I'm being honest. Okay. And that should all be legal. Okay. I don't need this, that's for sure. Okay. I think this might be legal, but now it's not gonna actually print anything. So just like before, let's take the serial.print. And every single time we do this, let's try and print indexes to return. And And we'll print just the one that we just created, and we'll see if it came out correctly. Whoops, indexes to return. Okay, let's check it out. Whoa, doesn't like it. Okay. Whoa, hey, we actually got really far. The only error I had was right here. Let's just say end start and see if it works. I mean, it seems like it actually might. No, it doesn't like it. Let's try this. Okay, no, none of those variants worked. Let's go back to the original variant and just see what our error is. Okay, error assigning. I'm pretty close to getting this to work, I think. Okay, error assigning to an array from an initializer list. Can I do this? If I put it in like parentheses, does it like that more? No. Let's check out the code block here. Ah, okay. I got it. Okay. We got it. Num substrings 0. It's always going to be 0 because we're just going to have one value. And the second one, it's not 2. Wait, no, it is 2. And the 2 values are going to be, let's do it this way. Let's do, start, comma, end. Seems pretty sensible. Let's see if it likes that. That was pretty. I disagree. I think that should work. Maybe it's because it's not 2 items. It's actually 1 item. Duh. No, that's smart now. This is smart. This is good. This makes sense. Please. I'm doing something dumb. I'm getting a smart computer to tell me what the answer is. Hold on a second. I'm getting the answer for sure. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna do all of it. Okay. Let's see what the issue is. I'm about to find out. I'm pretty sure it'll tell me. That was some mistakes I made in that song. Ah, now I get it, and it's a silly thing. This is integers. Duh. Oh. Substrings. Should be working. There's a couple things it doesn't like here. No matching function for call print line. I disagree. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because you have to say num substrings. And then you say... You say 0. You say 0. Okay, wait. You actually do this. You say 4 int go through string, as long as go through string is less than end minus start, and this is equal to 0, by the way. Then go through string is going to get plus plus, and then we're gonna move this up. And the reason why we need to do that is because we're gonna print num substrings start plus go through string. And then as long as go through string is that. That should work. May not like it still. Okay, but let's see why it doesn't like it. Cannot convert brace and close. Let's fix this. This flute player that I played with in this recording is so freaking amazing. I'm glad we still know each other. Okay. So... grabbing this error message. Okay, you're not allowed to assign both of these at once? Weird. Am I close? Replace this line with these two lines. Okay, that's a little bit of a silly error. It's saying that I have to do this. It's saying I have to take this line and actually print it twice and say end and start. Oh, I see. I understand now. It's because I have to assign the value independently. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. We can get on board with that. This will make it compile, I think. Or at least come close to it. Serial print line. Now it's going to index this to return. But this is the thing. This isn't just indexes to return. We're going to do serial.print line, and we're going to say user input. And so we're actually parsing through the word that we were going through. That should work. It fucking worked. I'm so fucking good. Hi, am I the best? No, absolutely not. I'm glad. And the reason why? I am using take user input. At least it's compiling. That's cool. I have a sense it didn't even get that far. So let's say, let's just get here. Let's say serial.println. And I'm gonna say made it. I made it. And I didn't make it. Made it. Did you make it? I made it a bunch of times over. I'm still making it. I'm making it so much. Oh, senpai. Okay, stop making it. You're making this awkward now. It's happening infinitely because start and end is 0 at the beginning and at the end. I don't need to say this because I say it at the beginning. Wait, no, I do need to do that because I need to do it inside of the loop. Made it, made it, made it, made it. Well, I'm glad you're making it. I gets plus through. And I should never set I equal to 0. Oh, look, I'm setting I equal to 0 every single time. Let's try it again. Hey, stop saying made it so much. Why does it say made it so much this time, but it doesn't do that for our last thing? Well, we know we're making it, so let's get out of there. Turning that off. And let's see if we can put it inside of here. La, da, la, da, da, la. Okay. Hey, look, Ma. Okay. Did we make it this time? Please enter the input variables you'd like to make. Hello, are you work? Made it, made it, made it. Oh, well, we made it again. We definitely fucking made it. Okay. Okay, well, hey, it took user fucking input. That's cool, and it's infinitely returning. So that's also interesting to note. We're making it this far. While this is going through, we're gonna press I++. If this is equal to this, it's gonna break. It shouldn't be reaching that. And it doesn't. If start is equal to 0, let's actually print start right here. Say serial.println, and let's just print start. It might not like it because it's an integer, so cast it as a character. Doesn't like that really. Oh, it's because it's an if without a previous else or whatever. Violin is so, or the flute is so freaking cool. Flute and violin both are. Is this the way? Okay. That's actually good. Believe it or not, these infinite zeros are actually a good sign, because that means that start is 0 at least. Okay. If start 0, then start should equal I. Okay. Now I'm gonna print start, and if it doesn't say 1, then we've got an issue. But it should say 1. Hi. Hello. Okay. Well. Okay. Our first issue. Well, it's not our first issue, but it's our first issue here. Okay. Four, go through the substrings. Right now I'm just trying to print this. And I'm gonna consult the computer. Here we go. Start plus go through string. Hello, are you work? No. This is Manuel Ponce we're listening to, by the way. Start is going to be what at this point? Start should equal I. And user input is equal to a character. Start is I plus go through string, which is currently 0. So it should be printing user input of start plus I, which makes sense. It should work. Let's try serial.println. Here. Not her. Here. I'm here. I am freaking here. I'm here to stay, internet. If you're into the content, I'm into creating it. So please support me. Support me on all platforms because I could freaking use it. It's hard to be a trans lady out here. Okay. Yo, gonna work soon? Not right now. Well, At this point, I'm gonna just take a quick break because I just need a break for my brain, but also because my food's getting cold. It might even be cold already. So I'm gonna just take a break and I'll be back in like 10 or 15 minutes. I hope to see you all back soon, and I'll be back really shortly. I'm just gonna put myself on BRB here. See you soon. I'll be back soon. I'm just finishing up my dinner here, and I'll stream for a little bit longer. I have some ideas for the actual project, so hopefully it'll work out. See you soon. I'm so close to back. I'm just doing the finishing touches and I'll be back in like a minute. I have 3 minutes, but I'm actually gonna set it for like 7. I'll be back before 7 though. See you soon. Yo, I'm back again. And probably everybody's gone, but that's okay. It's late at night, and that's to be expected. I'm gonna give it right back into coding, honestly. There's nothing to it. I'm just getting right back into it. And so, we're just right here already. Yo, that was fast. Somebody's already here. Welcome. That was amazing. I wonder how that works. Like, are there notifications when I'm like back on the screen or something? Well, anyways, good timing because we're doing more coding, and I realized, you know what I can do to get rid of all this garbage on the screen, all these squares? Check this out. I realized this when I was gone. I just do delay 1100. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. And why is it 1100? Who knows? Who the fuck knows? But check this out. I think that's gonna get rid of, well, to give it a second. There you go. Now you see. And it's not working though, overall. But you can see that it did get rid of all the garbage squares. So that was our thing with that. Sorry, I'm just fixing my shorts here. Okay. They're going like all the way into my body, which is not great right now. Okay, so one thing that we can do definitely, this music is a little too obtrusive still. Okay, one thing that we can do definitely, move this back a little. It's like, I want to listen to lectures with you all, but I also want to talk and chit chat. There's so much to say and do, but then it's also like hard to code and talk about this. Okay, so one thing we can do is definitely get an infinite loop, which is not ideal. For I equals 0. Why do I say for I equals 0? I is already going to be 0, is it not? Do I need to say I is equal to 0 there? Because that could be what's causing the loop. I's already, wait, I's negative 1. That's probably where a lot of my issues are from at this point. Okay, but it's still not over. That's fine though. Okay, well, we have something here. Else if start is equal to 0. Okay, we're gonna take this to the computer. I'm gonna ask the brain of the internet why this isn't working. Hello, can you tell me why line 57 and 58 aren't printing? That's my question right now. Because like really these two lines should be printing, frankly. So the thing that the computer is telling me is like just not good. Really? It's just not correct. Because I can say that I is equal to 0 here. But that's not gonna fix it. Because I is already 0. Should iterate through each character of the input string. Through the word. That isn't right. And not reset. I'm looking to see if I am missing something here, or if I'm making a mistake. start and end might be equal. Maybe, but I don't think so. Oh, okay, I see. Because start becomes 1 and then end becomes equal immediately. Duh. Oh my gosh, that's obvious. Okay. Wait, but then that would be okay. Right? Because that would mean... Because it should only print... Yeah, that's actually understandable. But this doesn't necessarily make it wrong. Yeah, because hello's still not printing. Right here. Oh wait, but we could say... Yeah, okay, none of that is working. I do see that. I see that start becomes 1. Start is 1 here. No, start is 0 here. And then start becomes whatever I is. Here we go. If start is greater than 0, that's what we want to say. Hello? Try that one. Breaking yet? No. How about there? Hello? Oh, didn't even need me to do anything. Okay. Infinite looping there. Nothing here. It infinitely loops up here, huh? Why does it infinitely loop? Well, it wouldn't infinitely loop in practice. Okay, so instead here, we're gonna say end. Go through string. Let's just print this again. Oh, let's clear and print. Hello? Not working. I didn't do I++ here. Now I think we're cooking with gas. Hello, are you work? No. Oh, and this should only say this if. Okay, I got it now. I got it now. I'm doing this in a weird order is the thing. I want to do that outside of that loop. Duh. I'm just tired. Now it should work. Hello? Oh. I think that's closer though. User input, start, go through string. Okay, that's fine. I think we're kind of close, honestly, to getting it. I mean, I guess I can say is equal to 0, but that just seems like weird. I don't think I should have to say that. I can try, but I don't think that should make a difference here. Hello, are you work? Yeah, no, that doesn't make a difference. Well, we've made a lot of progress. This is like kind of close. Ended start should be 0 at the very beginning. Here, it should actually go like this. Wait, no, that was right. That wasn't wrong. Unless it should be like... out here, but I don't think so. Maybe. I thought that actually worked for a second, but it didn't. This is so close to working. let's do this. Let's go up here. Oops. Let's print this. But let's print I and see if I is incrementing. It's not incrementing. Let's see if we can get I to increment. I'm doing it right here. I wonder if it just keeps breaking, maybe. Must be breaking. That's gotta be what it is, right? Now I predict it's gonna go 1 through 80. That's my prediction. I hope. No, but we got 0. That's great, actually. That's better. That is better. I should do it every time, though. Not just once. Except I'm doing it in setup. I'm doing it in loop. Fuck if I know. Let's see. Huh. I don't understand exactly, but it's kind of working. A little. Okay. So, what did I just change? Oh yeah, I was saying it was breaking poorly. Okay, we'll do break at the end. I think that we can just break right here. If it needs to. Let's see if that works. Oops, I cut off too much. I guess we're gonna say just if and not else if. We're just gonna say if. Hey, that's actually even better. Hey, that is even better. Oh, it's only gonna work once though, huh? That's almost even better if it only works once. Okay, well. Weird behaviors. Weird shit. Okay. Well. Okay. Now we're printing I. That one time there. That's not bad. So, get rid of all that. Okay, what's going on here? Let's actually comment it. Okay. Teens the integer length of the entered array. Let's comment all this. Loop through the word. Yes, that's correct. Up to the delimiter. And then skip the white space, true. And then if start is equal to 0, take the first letter. Well, start will be the position of the first character of the substring. And then if start is greater than 0, then if the next letter is a space, then we should print this stuff. Then we have a breaking line. And then we actually assign here start and end. We give them these values. And then we increment num substrings to the next word. And then increment I, which is going up to the max length, and end and start get reset for the next word. But end and start should only get reset if end and start should only get reset if end is a number that is greater than 0, right? Yeah. If end is greater than 0 is what I have to say. But that's going to be always. Well, let's just say if end is greater than 0. Hi, my name is Paige. Nothing. Before we were just resetting it no matter what. Hello? Let's check this. Serial.println. Hello? Hey, we got one hello out of it. That's cool. Only the one time. That's fair. It's kind of weird that we only get it the one time. Okay, well, let's reset it and let's do it without a space or anything at the beginning. Okay. check that one. This is gonna info print. No. Okay. Does it make it here? Let's see. Okay. Makes it through there. Does it make it here? We'll just go through line by line. No. The start is greater than 0. We'll make I++ first. I think we're gonna have a little different behavior now. Or not. Why not? Why isn't it printing? Okay, is it gonna print this time? Okay. Prints that one. Then. Okay. Print that pair. I need a cup. Okay. Let's see. Are you gonna print? You know what? I just realized that this I++ there, that was not the problem. What could be a problem? Print this fucked up pie. No, it doesn't want to print. Huh. Maybe we don't want that. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I think I'm getting close here. Really wants me to say I is equal to 0, but I don't want to change it yet. I guess this is fine. And then this is fine. I guess we don't need this. And let's just see how that looks. Okay. It's doing nothing. Okay, we'll say it's equal to 0. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think this should make a difference, but let's see if it does. Looks like it did not make a difference. Okay, so I feel like I'm getting close. But I'm not quite there yet. I don't know why it's not returning the input here. But once it does, I feel like we're basically there. You need to reset start and end, but I'm not sure. I feel like I'm doing it in the best spot. Yeah, I mean, like, all of this just makes sense. But it's not working, so I guess it doesn't. Mm. I update unto I. And would only get updated when a delimiter is encountered. Well, I don't want it to do that, so that's like why I didn't do that. I don't have any music going at all right now. Let's do some debugging, I guess. Let's see what's going on. Do I have to turn on the debugger, or does it just start? Am I at a breakpoint? How do you know when it breaks? I'm gonna actually put on a little bit of this famous speaker out of Alan Kay. And so I'll move my own camera down. Whoops, wrong thing. This moved. Turn this back on and turn this on.
This ARPA dream, it took shape for me when children came into the picture, because I really didn't know how to design for adults. I wasn't very adult myself. I didn't have any real contact with that world, but the improving the child's condition for learning was something that really important.
Okay.
Bill actually took me under his wing when we started this like a long time ago. And one of the things he said to me is, Alan, maybe you should write a budget. And I'm afraid I really did say to Bill, Bill, what's a budget? Remember that, Bill? And he said, well, you put this number here and you put this number here. So this is actually the 30th anniversary of Chuck Thacker's Alto. Here it is. And so that was a real milestone. It went along with a whole bunch of other stuff that we did. And historically, it had an interesting...
No, that doesn't make any sense.
...thing, because it was the strength of what McCarthy had done. I'm basically a mathematician, not a programmer. I program a little bit, but I don't consider myself a programmer. But I felt I could do the same thing for an object-oriented language that McCarthy had done for Lisp. This is one version of it. And Dan Ingalls, who is right over here, Dan, raise your hand. So Dan was the reality guy. He took this little paper thing and made it into a succession of smallpox that lived to this day. And Chuck fashioned this first bitmap machine. And from our standpoint, what we're really trying to do was to get enough machines built so we could take them down into schools and start working on it. This is Adele Goldberg here. And now up to the present, I'm just going to show you a few of the kinds of things that we've been doing. So Squeak is kind of an outgrowth
Oh, my
of some of
brain.
the stuff that we did at Xerox PARC. And we don't think of systems like this as goals. It's hard to define, but it's relatively easy to define computer systems as vehicles or media. So you sit down because you're basically trying to make models in it, and you get ideas for new kinds of models, and so you have to use the modeling material to make the different kinds of modeling material to make the models and so forth. So this system is a wide spectrum system, and it's been implemented on many, many different kinds of platforms, bit identically. I'm going to explain a little bit of that because I think it's very, very important for future software, especially having to do with the internet. It's also of interest because it was basically done by this small group of people. Here's Dan Ingalls again, Scott Wallace, Ted Taylor, John Maloney, and Andreas Ross. So it's an example of a system that involves its own operating system and many, many things that we think of as applications done by a very small number of people rather than the hundreds of people that you think of needing it. So there's interesting questions about, well, how is this actually possible? It has a very flexible object system. So if we take kind of a cute little demo here, if you take a paragraph doing word wrap, and you're in a real object system, then you can just let those guys wander around here. And if you think about what do they have to actually do, they kind of have to follow the leader. Right? I can get them to go faster. And the algorithm we usually think of is kind of the one that is done between frame times. So it's actually doing the same thing there, but between frame times it looks like it's happening instantly. And that is a very easy way of programming because it's 4 little rules to do it. There's many kinds of media in here. I'll show you just one other thing here. And so we live in a world of applications. But if you think about it, applications are one of the worst ideas anybody had. And we thought we'd gotten rid of them here at PARC in the 70s. Because applications kind of draw a barrier around your ability to do things. What you really want is to gather the resources that you need to you and make the things that you want out of them. So for instance, one of the ways of thinking of desktop publishing is that it's just graphics done right? Because you basically want to be able to make almost any kind of graphic construction on the screen. You want it to
Let's see what I prints at if I put a couple spaces in a tab.
Not confined
Oh, I can't even
to
put
that
tabs.
application, but be part of something else. So you should be able to have primary and secondary reactions.
It's 0.
Drawing through text.
I0.
Just as you would expect.
Why is I0 there?
I should also be able to hop the fence here and, for instance, drag this guy out like this. But I should be able to do this without destroying. So you see if I'm scrolling here, it's scrolling there and flowing through. So these objects interact with each other to the extent that they need to, but no more so. And you kind of get desktop publishing for free, or any kind of media composition. And actually, one other thing I should show you here, as long as we're talking about this, is an idea that I spent 12 years at Apple.
Wow, my computer is so fucked up right now.
The idea of unlimited desktops. And Smalltalk at Xerox PARC had this, and the Squeak system here has this. And what I mean by that is that each time I decide I want to do something,
This is hurting my brain.
To work on, and I like
It
these
should
work
be
areas
so
that
close.
exist over time, and we've been looking at them. So there's no separate presentation thing. There's nothing like PostScript here. I mean, nothing like PowerPoint. So if we look at the projects that are in this guy here, we can see the presentation that I've given so far. Right? Here's where we are right now. Here's the next thing I'm going to show, and I decided I'd really rather show this thing. And each talk that I give
Can we say if
is a sorting of the projects that I have.
I
The
plus
idea is
plus
you never have to go to
continue?
something weaker like PowerPoint to give a presentation. You just link up the various things that you've been working on and show them. And these things are also the things we ship around the web instead of web pages. Okay, so just a word about how the porting is done. It's kind of cute. So here's the thing that I think is actually known but is not well dealt with in software, and that is that for decades, software has been specified using paper documents. People have tried to implement those paper documents, and then they've tried to run a benchmark suite of some kind to validate the implementation. And to my knowledge, it has never succeeded in producing compatible implementations across platforms.
Oh, cool. It's printing infinitely. That's better than nothing, actually. Believe it or not. Oh, that's actually good. It's actually good.
Not exactly the same across platforms. So that is really important. So a good way of doing it, though, is to make a model of your kernel that can be debugged. So it's not a paper model. So when we decided to do Squeak,
Cool.
there's been some experience in
Is it going to print here or a 1 at the end?
doing various kinds of small talks at Xerox PARC and afterwards. So the idea was to found an old Mac that would run an old Apple version of Smalltalk, and we'd written a book 20 years ago, 20th anniversary of this book now. And this book had in it, among other things, it had
Oh,
the VM
that's kind of cool.
of Smalltalk written in itself. So if you type that in and get it running, you have a simulator of the VM. Then you could treat that simulator as the spec and say, okay, that's the only validation and specification of the system that we're going to have. And we'll debug this, and when we get it running, we will have the definition of the VM that we're hoping for. Now, this doesn't do you any good because it's running glacially slowly. So the next thing you have to do is write a translator of that. And this work was primarily, for Squeak, was primarily done by Dan Ingalls and John Maloney. A translator, and this translator should, without changing the meaning of what the simulation does, translate it into a lower level form that we can put on another machine. Like we chose a subset of C as the lower level form to go for a target, the subset of C that tries to be compatible across platforms. So all of a sudden now you have a PowerPC VM, and this top stuff is machine independent. So all of a sudden we were now off the old Mac and onto the PowerPC. And since it contains all of this stuff, you can use it to improve itself. About a month and a half after we put it out on the net, a guy in Germany we'd never heard of before sent us a version for all the Intel PCs, and that's what we run today. And it now runs on 30 platforms, bit identically. Because the key idea here is the debugging of this complex thing and then having a mathematically sound translation that preserves the actual meaning. So in many respects, you can think of this as an old technology or a new technology, but very few people are doing this today, even though they're trying to run on many different platforms on the internet.
No.
Now I'll show you the relationship.
If that's all working, then we're done.
So there's this nice malleable stuff called CPU and memory. And then there are bad de facto standards called operating systems that take away heard of before sent us a version for all the Intel PCs, and that's what we run today. And it now runs on 30 platforms bit identically. Because the key idea here is the debugging of this complex thing and then having a mathematically sound translation that preserves the actual meaning. So in many respects, you can think of this as an old technology or new technology, but very few people are doing this today, even though they're trying to run on many different platforms on the internet. Now I'll show you the relationship of Squeak. So there's this nice
We don't have end to start now.
called CPU and memory. And then there are bad de facto standards called operating systems that take away most of the degrees of freedom.
But what we do have.
And the internet with TCP/IP is really great. And then there's a really bad de facto standard called the World Wide Web. Takes away most of the things that you want to do. So we actually, when we're running on a machine, like I'm running on a Mac here, and we have a couple of different PCs here, we actually have our own operating system, but we contact the existing operating system at a single point, which equals about 1,000 lines of code, because we have to share the display if we want to do this without killing the existing operating system. But all of our own tools
We should actually do this.
And these are go portable with the rest of the system. And the same thing with our own socket system for handling the internet. So this gives you a
In final words.
system that can go across a wide variety of platforms. And usually takes just a week or two
In case
at the
it
most
is
to
less
support.
than 10 words,
Something to think about
we will
software.
keep track of the number of substrings for
Okay,
that.
so let's take a look at the present. I found doing these things, just showing some of the kids' stuff, makes most of the points in a way that's easy to understand.
4.
Nice thing about working with kids is when you give them something, they feel quite free to reject it. It's hard doing tests with adults and companies because adults have been trained for 25 years to take shit.
This is going to be called. And
But most kids haven't learned that yet. So what the kids really want to do is have some fun. So like a fun project for them is to design a car that they can learn how to drive, paint it. It's like a 10-year-old kid here.
I've already listened to this talk so much, I don't want to listen to this particular talk anymore. But Alan Kay is a good speaker, though. It's good stuff. Kind of want to listen to Terrence McKenna, but I think for now, I'm just gonna chill and talk while I work, listen to some light music. Turn this off, because it's kind of distracting listening to that, and I feel like I'm really close to getting this. I almost had it. I just had this. Okay. And what is this gonna do? This gives us a loop through the last words. Because it has to be nested. So in temp start is equal to to return last iteration 0 in temp and index is certain last iteration 1. And then okay, we're going through the string and we should need this if it works. It's user input and it's going to be because user input is start. Yeah. Temp start. And then you go through this string. So for temp start, right? Can you just say for temp start, for temp end? Is less than or equal to temp end. And then, oh, but you can't actually. And that's gonna print the word, and then you say serial print line. Let's check. Huh? No, nothing. Does not work. We have this undeclared integer right here. I don't even remember what that was gonna be. Oh yeah, I was using final numwords. I was writing in final numwords at the top and the final number of words. Is that not at the top? This should equal 0. You don't need final number of words because you have num substrings. Oops. Yeah, num substrings is just going to do that for us. Oh, hey. It's printing spaces infinitely. So that's these print lines. So that's good at least. Hey, that's good at least. Could be worse. I'm just gonna get rid of this stuff. Now I should only ever do it once. Or actually, I guess we should do it this way. We should say while true. This is just the thing that makes more syntactical sense, I guess. Let me go back up here. And then now it should at least some. Doesn't need to be declared in the scope. What do you mean? Why do you like that? Wasn't this working? Literally. How does that work? Oh, it's because there's no capital T, I see. That's not working just yet. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not doing that. There's something in here I didn't understand, but probably should do it. Oh, I am doing it. Never mind. Hmm. Okay, we're getting infinite H's. Shouldn't have to say temp star plus plus. I have to do this after either. Hmm. I think it's really close to working. I think it's super, super close. Yeah, that didn't work. really kind of just jumping around here. It never runs through this. Because it does start is equal to 0 every time. That's why. Yeah, this should only be ifs. This should be if and greater than 0. I was correct about that earlier. Okay. Not work. Did not even print here. Hey, Mattias. Nice. That's cool. Okay. Now we want to say while. While true. Let's do this one more time. I think I did it. I think I actually did it in a beautiful way. Oh, I was so close. It's a little dumb that it was just working and now it's not. What else did we lose? It's gotta be like one of these things. There we go. I think this will do it. Nope, it doesn't like that. Well, I'm very close. Because I have it saying the stuff. And I think it has to do with this ending index here. Well, that wasn't quite it. Let's see if we can get it to print out which round it's on. Okay, printed out 10 words. It's an interesting thing to know. And it printed out 10. It printed out 10 words, even though I only entered 3. Which means that num substrings is getting to 10. Okay, let's see if that works. At least what happened. Let's see if the thing it prints is less high. Now it's just not even working. Well, let's do this. Let's move that back actually the way it was. And let's call it quits. I'm too tired. And I have to work tomorrow again. Like everybody, which fucking sucks. Okay, but that's life. Oh, did I miss some chat? I'm freaking sorry. I haven't had chatbot open. Yo, Punkalosaurus. Too many words, so many things. Why those? Why so many H's? Well, you know, just because there were. Oh, somebody banned you already? Okay. Well, anyways, I hope you all have a good night. Thank you. Bye for now.